Americans are running out of money. According to the Federal Reserve, America's savings rate just hit a fresh low, while credit card balances hit a record high at 25% interest. In short, the median American is currently scrounging for coins in the couch cushions and putting the hamburger helper on the Visa. So according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the nation's personal savings rate just hit 2.9%. So that's 2.9 cents on the dollar. That's the second worst in 75 years. What's driving it is that, according to a new analysis, inflation-adjusted real median household income, in other words, how much the 50th percentile of households make, actually has dropped since 2019. In other words, in terms of how it feels to American households, we have been in recession for 5 years. Hence the savings, hence the debt, hence the poll numbers. No, that's even taking government inflation numbers at face value. If, as many suspect, the official numbers are lying, it means we're quite a bit poorer than 5 years ago. Last time that happened was the 2008 crisis. Of course, we're allegedly not in the middle of a once-in-a-century financial crisis. This is the Biden-Harris miracle if you watch TV. So if things cost more and you're not making more, the last man standing is dump the piggyback, one last quick check on the couch cushions, and it's credit cards as far as the eye can see. So what's driving the weak incomes? Three things: slow job growth, meaning wages are not keeping up, the inflation itself, and the Fed's rate hikes that have given us those 25% credit cards and 7.5% mortgages on $500,000 starter homes. In raw numbers, according to the Federal Reserve, consumer debt is up an annualized $300 billion, hitting a record $5.1 trillion in just consumer debt. There's another $12 trillion in mortgage and other debt. A big chunk of that is credit cards, which just hit a record $1.140 trillion, while the average APR on credit cards, according to LendingTree, just hit 24.92%. Yes, even cheaper than the mafia. Keep in mind, if credit cards charge 25% interest, that $1.1 trillion means close to a quarter trillion in annual credit card interest alone flowing out from America's families. A recent ABC story walked through how you get to 1.1 trillion, how people fall into the credit card hole, profiling a father who was managing to cover rent and food, but when he needed to replace the washer and dryer, he fell behind, soon ballooning to $12,000 in credit card debt at 25%. Now, the fun keeps going. I've mentioned recently how car repossessions are rising because millions of Americans were forced to buy expensive cars during the pandemic, since supply chain shortages meant they were only making the expensive ones. Now, repossessions are up 23% year on year. Yes, it is a good time to be a repo man, and keep in mind we have not even hit the meat of the recession yet. So what's next? Brought to you by Unchained.com. The American consumer is floating on drained savings, credit card debt, and government money. Even with all that, incomes are still falling. None of it's sustainable. We learned that in 2008. But it's a lot easier for Washington to kick the can to let the American people mortgage their future than it is to take the federal boot off the neck of the economy, of the job traders, entrepreneurs, small businesses, manufacturers. Economist Herb Stein famously said, "Whatever cannot go on forever will stop," and the music is running out. Okay, we'll be watching. See you next time.
Kamala Harris is a one-woman economic wrecking ball, and this November the people of North Carolina are going to tell her we've had enough, we can't take it anymore. Kamala Harris, you're fired, get out, you're fired, you did a lousy job as vice president. Here is the deal that I will be offering to every major company and manufacturer within our country. I will give you the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs. I will cut your energy in half. The lowest regulatory burden and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet Earth, but only if you make your product here in America and hire American workers for the job. You know, I had Wall Street geniuses calling me up yesterday. I said this yesterday when I was in Georgia, where we're leading also, by the way. That's nice, by quite a bit. But we were in Georgia and doing well, and they called me up after the speech and they said, "What? Who gave you that idea to cut the taxes, but only if you make the product in the USA?" Pretty good idea. They said, "Who gave you that idea?" I said, "I did. If you don't make your product here, then you will have to pay a tariff when you send your product into the United States, and we will take in hundreds of billions of dollars into our treasury and use that money to benefit American citizens." After the twin betrayals of NAFTA, which I ended, and China's entry into the WTO, World Trade, North Carolina lost over 300,000 manufacturing jobs quickly, including 60% of its furniture manufacturing jobs, and that number was going up until I came along. No one in Washington ever cared until me. In 4 short years, I ended NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the USMCA, considered the best trade deal ever made, kept you in business. And I stood up to China like never before, including by imposing a 22% tariff on all Chinese furniture imports, saving the North Carolina furniture industry, what was left of it, because when I got there, you were in bad shape. But I saved the rest of the industry from total obliteration, just like Glenn said here. This building was an empty hoaxer until you put tariffs on, and now it's thriving. And a lot of people working here. It's a beautiful, beautiful site, beautiful place, great-looking product. Almost overnight, we reduced Chinese furniture imports by 25%. And I just want to say to North Carolina, you're welcome. Get out and vote for Trump. That's all I ask. I don't ask much. Vote for Trump, right? Yesterday, I was in Georgia, a great place, to outline my plan for an American manufacturing renaissance. That's what we're doing. We got tremendous reviews on that speech. Now today, Kamala Harris is supposedly announcing her so-called plans to support manufacturing and wealth creation. Why didn't she do it 3.5 years ago? By contrast, listen to the deal that Kamala Harris is offering to companies to keep jobs in America. First, the tax queen, they call it the tax queen because she's a big tax raiser, is demanding a 33% tax hike on all domestic production. That means those companies are leaving. That's all it means. You know, these are companies that are smart and they owe it to their shareholders or their families or whoever owns the company. They'll leave. They have to leave. So she wants to increase their taxes. They're already leaving, and she wants to increase. That means they're gone. Do we agree, North Carolina? The ladies of North Carolina agree. That's not a tough one, though. You've had tougher questions than that. No, she wants to raise the taxes on businesses so now they can all leave. Next, she wants the largest capital gains tax in the history of our country. And then she is promising a brand new wealth confiscation tax or unrealized capital gains tax. In other words, unrealized. You know what that means? That means, you know, a lot of people are rich, but they don't have cash because they're spending it in their business and other things. That means they're going to have to sell their business in order to get cash because she's taxing you and you haven't done anything. The only one going to make a lot of money are going to be the appraisers, the accountants, and the lawyers. That will drive our country into a depression like in 1929. The centerpiece of my plan for a manufacturing renaissance will be a 15% made in America tax rate. You have to make it in America. So the tax rate is going down to 15% if your product is made in America, like this product is made in America. So I brought the business tax rate from 39% to 21%, the biggest decrease, biggest cut in taxes in the history of our country. And people said that that was impossible to get done, but I got it done, and I got it actually passed in Congress, so it cannot be changed easily, even though they want to change it and raise it way back up and lose all your jobs. If she gets in, they're going to want to make it 38, 40, maybe even 50%. I got it done. I got it approved in Congress, and we did more business and created more jobs during that period than at any time in our country's history. Now I'm taking it a step further. We're going to bring the 21% rate, which everyone said we could never get, down to 15%, but only if you manufacture your product here in the USA, just like you did when you were the furniture capital of the world. That's why those furniture companies, and you still have your craftsmen here, unfortunately, they're doing other jobs that they don't want to be doing. They love making furniture. I know the furniture guys. They don't want to be doing other jobs. They want to be making furniture. They're artists. Those people are going to be coming back into the furniture business. Then, next, I'm imposing tariffs on your competition from foreign countries, all these foreign countries that have ripped us off, which stole all of your businesses and all of your jobs years ago and took your businesses out, so that now they won't be able to compete with North Carolina or businesses in any other state in our once great country, soon to be greater than ever before country. All of your furniture makers are going to come back and come back bigger and stronger and better than ever before. They're mostly gone. They're all coming back. This is why people in countries want to kill me. They're not happy with me. It's a risky business. This is why they want to kill me. They only kill consequential presidents, remember that. She's been there for almost 4 years, and she didn't do it. She didn't create wealth. She destroyed 22% of the value of every dollar in your pocket and jeopardized us in front of the remaining portions of the marketplace. And the world's reserve currency is under siege right now. A lot of people think we won't have the reserve currency. If we lose that, that's like the equivalent of losing a war. We will have it. If I'm elected president, we will have the world's reserve currency in better shape and order, and every country will follow it. And if they don't, we will put tariffs on that country, and we won't trade with that country, and they will then call us and say, we would love to have you continue to be the world's reserve currency, sir. So easy. It's so easy, but you need the right messenger. You need the right messenger. She didn't support domestic manufacturing. She killed 24,000 U.S. manufacturing jobs. In the last month alone, we lost 24,000 jobs. If I were president and a former president and a leading candidate, I'm the leading candidate by far to be the next president. And that leading candidate was under threat. I was president and the candidate was under threat, any candidate, Republican or Democrat. And by the way, I want to thank the Democrats because they just increased funding for the Secret Service, who worked very hard. They increased funding for the Secret Service. And nobody will believe this. It was a unanimous vote. Republicans, every single Republican, every single Democrat present voted in favor. That was the first unanimous vote we've seen in a long time, and that's to increase the funding of the Secret Service. So I thank everybody in Congress. But if I were the president, I would inform the threatening country, in this case Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. We're going to blow it to smithereens. You can't do that. And there would be no more threats. There would be no more threats. But right now, we don't have that leadership or the necessary people, the necessary leaders. We have two people, not one. We don't even know who our president is right now. Who is our president right now? We really don't know, but we have two people, not one, that only keep looking. And when you do that, when you just look, trouble always ensues. So it's big trouble for our country. Meanwhile, we have the president of Iran in our country this week. We have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president of the United States. Certainly a strange set of circumstances around.
Republicans have been railing about these two controversial Biden administration programs, which have been allowing up to 80,000 migrants to come into the U.S. every single month. Those two programs, we've been talking about them, the CBP cell phone app, the CBP One cell phone app, and the CHNV Migrant Flights Parole Program, which combined together in less than 2 years have already allowed more than 1.3 million migrants into the U.S. through humanitarian parole grants. Now, in a phone call with me, former President Trump told me if he's elected, he will end both of those programs immediately. And on top of that, will revoke parole grants for any migrants who already came in via the programs. Take a listen.
I would revoke it and they get out. And the app is bad. But what the worst is the flights. Because, you know, they tried to say, oh, we're going to toughen up the border a little bit. They had planes flying over the border loaded up with illegal migrants, people that shouldn't be in our country, going to the Midwest, going to all places because everything is now a border state.
What's your message to those 1.3 million who have been paroled in the country and are expecting to stay here?
Get ready to leave, especially quickly if they're criminals. Get ready to leave because you're going to be going out real fast.
Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. We will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors who have been devastated by inflation. Our seniors have been devastated by inflation. We're going to have no tax on Social Security for our seniors. If any senior doesn't vote for Trump, we're going to have to send you to a psychiatrist to have your head examined. And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates at 10%. People are paying 22%, 25%. It's not fair. We're going to put a temporary cap at 10%. I will Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. We will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. So get everyone you know and vote. We want a landslide that's too big to rig. Very simple. Too big to rig. On November 5th, we will save our economy, we will save our country. It will go down as the most important day in the history of our country. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first all the time, and we will take our country back. North Carolina, get out to vote. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Biden and Harris caused this situation by the stupidity of what they said, by every move they make. But they caused the situation, and now they're locked in. They're locked in. I watched this poor guy yesterday at the United Nations. He didn't know what he was saying. They just don't know what to do. They're locked into a situation. It's sad. They just don't know what to do. Because Ukraine is gone. It's not Ukraine anymore. You can never replace those cities and towns, and you can never replace the dead people, so many dead people. Any deal, even the worst deal, would have been better than what we have right now. If they made a bad deal, it would have been much better. They would have given up a little bit, and everybody would be living, and every building would be built, and every tower would be aging for another 2,000 years. And it will only get worse with these people. With Kamala she doesn't know what she's doing. More people will die. More cities will fall. The ones that fell will continue to receive more and more bombs. They'll be broken up asunder, worse than they are right now. Nothing is standing. The crops are dying. There's really nothing for the Ukrainian people to move back to. And it didn't need to happen. Those buildings are down. Those cities are gone. They're gone. And we continue to give billions of dollars to a man who refuses to make a deal, Zelensky. There was no deal that he could have made that wouldn't have been better than the situation you have right now. You have a country that has been obliterated, not possible to be rebuilt. It'll take hundreds of years to rebuild it. There's not enough money to rebuild it if the whole world got together. They're not going to be satisfied until they send American kids over to Ukraine, and that's what they're trying to do. And the moms and dads of America don't want their kids fighting Ukraine and Russia, and we're not going to have our soldiers die across the ocean.
What he says is the opposite. It's just another lie. Like, how did we get here? Let's extinguish him for good. We have an answer. We have a remarkably talented candidate who is sincere, who's pragmatic, who's open. Let's just get it done.
Look, she's got a major problem. It's Joe Biden and the fact that she's his vice president. In our CNN survey yesterday, 51% of registered voters said that Trump had a successful presidency. Only 37% said the same about Biden and Harris. A lot of that has to do with the economy, and it mostly has to do with inflation. And so she's yet to look into a television camera and say, here are 2 or 3 things that Joe Biden did that I disagreed with, and I would do it differently, and I've learned from that. She's effectively running on a continuation of the same. People don't like the same, and they remember Trump better. I don't know how you expect to win under those circumstances.
I've been able to put together what they call the Quad in the South Pacific in that area.
So many people, and there's just not enough resources. There's not enough jobs. There's not enough homes.
She's glad Trump, who she supports, has been calling attention to Charleroi and Springfield.
People need to know that it's just not Springfield. This is coming to a town near you.
What is coming to a town near you?
Haitians or immigrants that have poured over the border within the last couple of years.
Why is that a bad thing, given the fact that some would say the United States is a nation of immigrants?
They're not coming here to assimilate with us. They're coming here to take over.
Los salvadoreños reconocemos estos síntomas de la decadencia.
Also, I want to make sure that you guys download Bill Blaster. The CR vote is tomorrow, and we need to make sure that we're calling our congressman. And the fastest way, easiest way to do it is Bill Blaster. And when you call, also mention about Steve Bannon. And I want to, it's the resolution 1305. It's by Representative Burleson, co-sponsored by 42 Republicans, and it's stuck in the House Rules and Judiciary Committees right now. So we need 218 signatures for a discharge petition. So I want the posse to remember to call your representatives or the representatives that are not on the 42 every day and push for this. We miss Steve. We need our honey badger back. He'll be back, but let's show support. And anyway, you can go to billblasterapp.org or just Bill Blaster, one word, in the app stores, and you can download it from there.
Just noted, we have broken the Christmas album, and I have no intention of going back to that terrible tradition. So there won't be a Christmas omnibus. As somebody asked me in the hallway a little while ago, will there be many buses? We don't want any buses. We're not going to do any buses, okay? We'll deal with that in the lame duck, and I'm going to plead, I'm going to urge the Senate to do their job As Leader Scalise noted, they have not done that. This is Chuck Schumer's fault. It is not the House Republicans that we're in the position where we have to have a resolution to continue funding the government at the end of the fiscal year. We did our work. We passed 12 appropriations bills through the committee process in record time. We put them on the floor. Almost 73% of federal funding has been passed through the House. We sent it all over to the Senate, and they've done nothing. They did not one bill, and they would not negotiate with us on the top line. So here we are. We loathe CRs as much as anyone, but this is the situation that the Senate Democrat leadership put us in. It would be political malpractice to shut the government down. I think everyone understands that, and so we hope that this will get done quickly and we get everybody back home to their districts to work and to the campaign trail.
You're in the War Room. It's Tuesday, September 24th in the year of our Lord 2024. It's Natalie G. Winters holding the fort down. That's, of course, Republican leadership holding their press conference today. Although maybe we should actually call them the Welcome Committee for the largest state-sponsored invasion that this country's ever seen. Or should we call them the guarantors of the largest taxpayer-subsidized money laundering operation, that is Ukraine foreign aid, that we have even less insight into than our elections here in the United States? Or maybe we should call them the worst investigators ever? And I'm not just talking about weaponization, oversight, COVID, or China, those committees. No, I'm talking about their sham task force on the Trump assassination attempt, so much so that I have to qualify it's the first assassination, because they've done so little to uncover anything on that front that the question really isn't even how President Trump is doing in the polls. It's if he's actually going to make it to Election Day, because House Republicans have continually failed to deliver any accountability, frankly, on any front, but most offensively when it comes to the assassination attempt against President Trump. I am so sick and tired, or maybe I should use the word that Speaker Johnson, I loathe the battered woman syndrome mindset, the white flag waving surrender caucus that plagues Washington, D.C., and people like Speaker Mike Johnson and all those people who flanked him on stage, who are so unwilling to throw down and fight for the American people. Oh, the Senate, they didn't do anything. Oh, we're just going to give up. You guys have more of a chance of holding the line, whether it's single subject spending bills or messaging on a government shutdown, than Ukraine ever had a chance of winning against Russia. Yet I see you guys picking the latter and wasting hundreds of taxpayer dollars to fund that fight and to continue to fund that fight. So much so that we're busy flying Zelensky in on U.S. aircraft into swing states like Pennsylvania to campaign for Kamala Harris. But I'm so glad, Speaker Mike Johnson, that you picked the fight to make sure that we give as much taxpayer funding as we can to Zelensky so we can hit the campaign trail for Kamala. That's what leadership looks like, right? Well, I don't think you're on our team, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, in that clip, right, he says, oh, we're not going to have an omnibus. We're not going to have a minibus. Yeah, I don't trust anything Washington says, but there's also reporting, and Denver, let's throw that tweet up on the screen right now from Melanie Zanona, who's now with Punchbowl, where it's interesting because we're already seeing the cracks emerge. Speaker Johnson saying that, well, he, quote, hopes there won't be any minibuses. Yeah, where does hope get you in Washington, D.C., let alone when it's Speaker Johnson, who has no backbone, no spine, and no willingness to stand up to the special interests, the donors, the lobbyists, the rhinos, and the Democratic Party who bailed him out and have kept him as Speaker? You know, for all these people who want to sit there and lecture us and say that this show and Stephen K. Bannon and the MAGA movement have done a disservice to democracy, it's you, Speaker Johnson. It's America Last Republicans who have turned democracy, and I know we're a constitutional republic, into a disgrace. that means all you do is serve your paymasters, donors, and lobbyists, and you screw over the American people who worked so damn hard and donated to you to get you elected. That's what democracy is, right? Yeah, democracy dies in darkness. I think that's the Washington Post strapline. It's not a warning. It's the playbook. And I'm sure they're going to hold a vote on Wednesday in darkness probably to jam through this 3-month CR, because that's business as usual in Washington, D.C. And it's why you want to shut this show down. It's why you wanted Stephen K. Bannon in prison. It's why you want to fund the salaries of the people who want him there and locked him up. And it's why we are not going to let you get away with it. You are going to own this vote, Speaker Johnson, if you have to beg for the Democrats to get them. And that's why I hope this audience is going to do what they always do best. Like I say, we got a reputation. We're going to uphold it. We're going to call 202-225-3121. Download the Bill Blaster app, and you're going to call your congressman, your senators, Republican and Democrat, and especially the office of Speaker Mike Johnson. Say hell no on this 3-month CR.
You know, after an election, you have limited time, and so they're going to put these bills together. And historically, that has been to put them into one bill. And ever since President Trump started to be opposed to omnibus bills and saying, I hate these things, stop doing that, then they started doing them in minibuses, where they would they're still massive bills. They're still 1,000-page bills. And so I think when I heard some of the comments coming from the Hill, they are entertaining minibuses. And I know Speaker Johnson said that that's not his intent, but the institutional pressures will be to still be very, very big bills without a lot of time, and they feel like they need to get those things done. That is a recipe for disaster, because you don't have enough time to be able to scrub these bills, know what's in them. You're reading them at the dark of night before members are voting, and it's just it is not a great way at all to do business fiscally for the country.
I'm just curious what your thoughts are on the politics of a shutdown this close to the election, or what you think the alternate strategy would be, given that, about 75% of the government is more or less funded through these single subject spending bills, despite the Senate not really moving on them?
Well, I think this has been one of the main handicaps in D.C. that has frustrated this audience and the grassroots at large, which is that Washington, D.C., and you saw it in Speaker Johnson's comments, is afraid of shutdowns. They view them as the terrors in the night, and that there is no way to be able to argue on the basis of whatever you're fighting for. And it's just not true. In fact, most of the times when you've had government shutdowns, the American people reward the Republican Party for fighting and doing everything they possibly can to get their policy objectives across the finish line. Because if one side says, look, I'm going to say no and no and no, and the other side says, I can't have a shutdown, who's going to win the negotiation? So this notion that we could not have had a brinksmanship fight with a potential government shutdown right now on the basis of spending and the SAVE Act is just not true. And as a result, we had a complete capitulation because of a disagreement as to whether you do a CR, you finish the bills. Both of those camps want to have a fight. But Washington, D.C., the cartel, the Uniparty, comes along and says, oh, all right, we're not going to go and get our work done. We're in fact going to kick us in a lame duck, which we know is in our favor. And so that is something that is there's no explanation for that in the real world. Much of the federal government will continue. And by the way, we saw in COVID shut down much of the country, and we still had the federal government working behind the scenes. So look, everything is basically on autopilot. Social Security checks, the Postal Service, Medicare payments. We're talking about unessential employees that wouldn't show up and be able to do some of the discretionary activities of the federal government. This has long been a boogeyman that politicians in D.C. have. And President Trump had laid the predicate to have this fight multiple times on the basis of the SAVE Act. And it's unfortunate that the Republican majority couldn't get there in being able to pick this fight with the Democrats.
Just give me a minute. We've got to jump to break shortly. But do you think then the issue is Speaker Johnson? Do you think we need to be having a discussion about the fate of his speakership, or what do we need to be focusing on right now?
I've clearly been a critic of Speaker Johnson. I think that in this case that he wanted for a moment to be able to have the fight with the Senate, but he wasn't able to do that because there wasn't enough trust, for very good reasons, that he would actually stick to the fight and not prevent a shutdown if a CR with SAVE Act went to the Senate. And that's why I haven't weighed in too strongly, because my belief has been that the critics were like, you know what? He hasn't shown enough trust and built enough trust to be able to say, if we're going to pick this fight, we're going to push the boulder down the field, we're down the hill, we're going to allow this fight to develop and actually go into a shutdown. And so that has been the challenge. And this leadership team has to get to the point where they can unite both sides. And we haven't seen that, where they could say, look, we're going to fight, and we're going to allow you, the conservatives, to trust when you make difficult
and Russ, we've got
calls.
to bounce to a break. I want to hold you through, because Dowd. Ed, if you could just sort of walk us through, you always give us wonderful clinical no-spin analysis. I'm sure Janet Yellen is envious. If you could just walk us through your kind of assessment of all these numbers.
Yeah, so look, the Federal Reserve decided to cut interest rates 50 basis points. 115 economists were calling for a 25 basis point rate cut. The T-bill market had already led the Fed and was indicating a 50 basis point cut. And why are we here? Well, because the interest rates have been held too high for too long. It's causing money contraction, and there's a lag to monetary policy. And M2 went negative year-over-year growth in November of 22. It's usually 18 months for policies to take effect. 18 months was May of this year. Our economic cycle indicators started rolling over in March. The real economy, by any measurement, is in the dumps and going into recession. It's just a question of when the financial markets figure this out. There's a lot of speculation still, and sometimes after an interest rate cut like this, it takes a while for the financial markets to react negatively, but they will. In the 2007 top going into 08, the stocks peaked 6 months after the first interest rate cut. In 2000, stocks actually peaked a couple months before the first interest rate cut. And in 2020, we had a 2-month lag after interest rate cut. So we're on watch. This is an indication the Fed sees something ugly going on behind the curtain. What is ugly? The bank losses you just called out because of the rapid rise in interest rates has caused unrealized losses in their held-to-maturity portfolios. That caused a run in some banks last year. As you remember, Silicon Valley Bank and others, it was the fastest bank run we've ever seen. The Fed came in with the Bank Term Funding Program to plug the hole. That program ended in March of this year. And the problem is, as we roll through the economic cycle, there's bad credit now. They were filling a hole for bad interest rate risk on pretty safe securities, treasuries mostly, but they're not going to bail out credit risk. And there's a commercial real estate crisis going on, and we're now in the credit cycle of this. And it's just a question of time when this all starts to unravel. And of course, the government juiced the economy last year to keep it from going into recession with unprecedented spending, government hiring. And then the illegals have added to the economy. But that juice has run out and we're rolling over. So this is a kind of a, can we make it to the past the election before the stock markets figure this out? That's their hope. And any kind of correction favors Trump immensely.
Because there's a lot of developments on that front. I know we sort of started getting into it yesterday. This guy who apparently has an $150,000 bounty, and he's on air talking to Newsweek Romania, groveling for $5 from his family. If there's anyone who can make it make sense, as Stephen K. Bannon would say, it would probably be you, Mike Benz. So walk us through the latest on this dude.
Well, the latest is that the Justice Department, as you noted, posted one page of the letter in his own handwriting calling for an $150,000 bounty on Donald Trump's head if he failed in his mission to kill Trump. Of course, this comes on the heels of multiple cases just in this past term where the FBI has deliberately blocked the disclosure of manifestos. Famously, the transgender school shooter, who everyone knew the manifesto would reveal a sort of radical left-wing motivation that would sort of turn her murder streak into a similar one that was done on the right-wing side over things like the Christchurch shooting. But because everyone knew that manifesto would be so damning politically to the regime in power, the FBI blocked disclosure of it, intervened on a local case, threatened the journalist Michael P. Leahy at the Tennessee Star with repercussions if they proceeded to publish it. The judge in the case actually threatened the journalist with jail time, and the FBI's official, the Justice Department's official statement on it was that one of the reasons they did not want to disclose it is because misinformation online could circulate about the motives if people were allowed to read the person's direct firsthand testimony in the form of that manifesto. So given that that is the new rule at the Justice Department, nobody can know anything about what the actual suspect in the case thinks or what was driving them or what they wrote in their own writings. The selective disclosure of this and only this data point is frankly astounding. It's a scandal. This is just it almost reads like it's the Justice Department wanting to publicize that $150,000 will float magically into the bank account of anyone who carries out the deed that Ryan indeed did fail to get done. Then you have the strange question of, well, where does that $150,000 come from? This is a guy who said at his when he was taken into custody that he basically had no assets to his name. All he owned were a couple of trucks with Biden-Harris bumper stickers on them, each worth about $1,000. But then you have the fact that this guy was jet-setting around the world, from Taiwan to Turkey to Ukraine to Poland. Every one of those plane tickets cost more than $1,000. And you have this strange fact that this guy had been protected his entire life. He had 74 arrests or criminal charges just in the past 2 decades. Some of those are very serious felonies, including possession of weapons of mass destruction, hit and run, grand larceny, and yet never spent a day in jail. You have the fact that a former CIA targeting analyst ended up putting out a bolo on him, a be on the lookout for all the strange activities he was doing, recruiting terrorists to come to help the CIA's war in Ukraine. Then you had the Customs and Border Patrol incident in June of last year, where when Routh was returning home from this world tour of terrorist recruitment operations, the Customs and Border Patrol flagged him, and for suspicious activity, they directed him to HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, the very peculiar, disturbing branch of the Department of Homeland Security that played a major role in the events of the Fedsurrection on January 6th, as well as in the first assassination attempt. HSI was recruiting people from the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and the Three Percenters deep in the informants and in the group chats of January 6 people. DHS was training at the very shooting range that Thomas Crooks was practicing his gunshots at, which raises the question of whether HSI had informants in the network around Thomas Crooks, given that they went to the same gun shooting range. And then you had the strange fact on the Fedsination attempt number 1, where Secret Service magically had a reduced presence at the Butler rally because of what we were told was the NATO summit going on, even though that had ended 3 days earlier, and the Joe Biden trip abroad requiring Secret Service. And so who topped up the Secret Service that day in order to provide that protection? Well, it was HSI, the very same branch that's responsible for recruiting informants. So it would have been very easy for a rogue cell within HSI to have run the whole thing top to bottom and basically kept either Secret Service out of the loop or the very, very select handful of people in Secret Service on a need to know, so that someone in their informant network could go and kill Donald Trump. or someone that the informants may have had knowledge of. And then you have this case in Customs and Border Patrol, once again with HSI, in Ryan Routh, where when he was returning from to Hawaii from his international travels, he was flagged by Customs and Border Patrol. They flagged him as a suspicious individual to HSI, and in their own memo, they wrote HSI refused to investigate, which is also a very interesting choice of words. They didn't say declined to investigate or they neglected to investigate. They said they refused, would not take the case. So what was Routh doing that he was protected from the Justice Department, protected from a BOLO on him, protected from Customs and Border Patrol, and protected from HSI itself? But what's very curious in that memo is they asked Routh the same question: how did you get the money to do all this? And he said that he was funded by his wife. Now, what's very curious about that is Matt Gaetz actually just put out something a few days ago, which I think has not gotten enough attention. And this is on Matt Gaetz's website. I'm not making this allegation about Routh's wife. I'm simply passing on what Matt Gaetz has provided. And it's titled "The Coincidences Continue: New Details About Would-Be Assassin Ryan Routh's Wife, Kathleen Schaffer." And I'm just going to read this. It says, other citizens have connected Schaffer to a LinkedIn page of someone who shares her name, fits her profile, and lives in Hawaii. If Schaffer is the same woman in the LinkedIn account, she's employed by a huge international publicly traded company called Maximus Corporation, which claims to have trained CDC workers in administering COVID shots and also brags about helping the U.S. Department of Defense modernize its technology systems. According to ChatGPT, Maximus Corporation has significant connections to the U.S. security state. It also is headquartered just a few miles away from the CIA's Langley, Virginia headquarters. So if he's telling officials, Customs and Border Patrol, that the wife is effectively the bagman, because the wife allegedly also set up the Slick website and edited edited Routh's book, ran the GoFundMe financial fundraising for the Ukraine recruitment crusade. So if the wife is bankrolling this whole thing and the wife is working for a U.S. Department of Defense contractor located right next to CIA headquarters or in close proximity, the question is, well, how loaded is this wife? Where did she get the money from? I think deep dive research needs to be done on just how connected the family is to the U.S. Defense Department, given that it's these very defense officials and generals who have been behind every part of the coup against Trump since day one, primarily because of his opposition to their war agenda.
So Zelensky's meeting with Trump today, so we'll see how that meeting goes. But the fact of the matter is that it's just unbelievable. But the fact is that what President Trump told me is that he intends to ramp up his campaign events. So yes, he's hitting the battleground states hard, but he also intends to hit some blue states, right? Like obviously we saw him do New York, Nassau, Long Island rally this past weekend. We've seen him do events in Virginia in recent months, and I think that he's looking at possibly some more events in Virginia. You mentioned Minnesota, New Hampshire, Maine as possibilities, possibly even New Mexico. So we'll see as Trump ramps up his campaign schedule. But in addition to the blue states and the battleground states, Trump also said to me that he's really looking forward to also doing some events in some red states, right? Like, so he's going this weekend, for instance, to the Alabama-Georgia football game in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That's going to be a really incredible event. Bryant-Denny Stadium, of course, holds 100,000 plus people. So it's going to be a massively packed crowd there to see the game. And obviously Trump will be there as well. There's a crossover audience there, if you will, right? Like the Georgia crowd is going to be watching that game. And there'll be a lot of fans who drive over from Georgia to see the game. So the fact is, but Trump said he wants to make sure sure red states, states that are with him, like Alabama, feel as though they're in the game too. And then in addition to that, obviously he's got events, that he's planning to do, of course, in Springfield, Ohio, to focus on the Haitian migrant crisis there and what Kamala Harris has done to these communities by planting these Haitian migrants, 20,000 of them in a small town like Springfield, but also to Aurora, Colorado, which is a more bluer state, to go see what's happening with the Venezuelans who've taken over that apartment building in Aurora, Colorado. Just a tragic story there. So the fact is that Donald Trump is clearly running what essentially amounts to a 50-state strategy against the Democrats. And what we saw the Teamsters do, they actually did polling, right? Like among Teamsters members, this is the major labor union that has endorsed Democrats every presidential election since 1996. And the only reason they didn't endorse Bill Clinton in his reelection is NAFTA. But the only time they didn't endorse more broadly than one specific issue was the last time they didn't, like they're not doing this time, they're not endorsing Kamala Harris, was Michael Dukakis. So, I mean, I call her Kamala Dukakis, right? Like she's Kamala Dukakis. But the fact is that the Teamsters polling, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris among Teamsters members, according to the Teamsters polling, in all 50 states. Every single state in the union. He's leading her in California. He's leading her in Hawaii and Oregon, in Vermont, right? Like the only place in America where Kamala Harris is beating Donald Trump among Teamsters members, according to the Teamsters union's own polling, is in Washington, D.C., in the District of Columbia. And that's where the union bosses are, right? Like that's where the politically high-paid six-figure salary guys that, collect off all the dues that everybody pays work. And so that's why she's leading there. But the fact is that, we're going to see Donald Trump run a truly 50-state strategy, it looks like here, going into the home stretch, and nothing's off the table. And frankly, Kamala Harris has got a lot to worry about in the traditional 7 battleground states that we talk about. The latest polling out of the Sun Belt states, from the New York Times has Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, leading in Georgia, and leading in Arizona. And there are massive swings his way over the last week or two in Trump's way towards Trump in each of these states. And then in Nevada, Donald Trump is tied, according to the latest Noble poll that came out today. And we've seen other polls that show a much stronger number for Trump than that one. And so things look very strong for Trump in the Sun Belt. If Trump is able to win the Sun Belt states, Kamala Harris has to go 3 for 3 in the Rust Belt states, right? Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And there are serious signs in each of those places that she is crumbling in a big way. For instance, in Michigan this weekend, the mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan, this guy is a Muslim Democrat, Yemeni immigrant. It is the only majority Muslim city in the United States of America. Endorsed Donald Trump. Amir Ghalib. I had him on my radio show on Saturday, on Breitbart News Saturday on Sirius XM. We talked about it before he endorsed on Sunday. And then while I was on the phone with President Trump on Sunday afternoon, Amir Ghalib came out and endorsed Donald Trump. He was a leader of the uncommitted Democrats who voted uncommitted against Kamala Harris and Joe Biden in the Democrat primary. In Michigan, more than 100,000 of them did so. That's nearly the margin of 150,000 that separated Trump and Biden in the 2020 election in Michigan. If Amir Ghalib is able to deliver even a fraction of those votes to Donald Trump and keep the rest of them from voting for Kamala Harris, we could be looking at historic margins for Donald Trump in the state of Michigan. In Pennsylvania, we're seeing poll after poll after poll moving Trump's way. There are established media pollsters out there that have put out polls that show Kamala Harris up. I think that those polls all have flaws. There are issues with each of them. However, one of the things we're seeing is the early vote numbers out of Pennsylvania continue to get redder. The absentee ballot request numbers, and similar story we're seeing out of both Georgia and North Carolina as well. So things are looking up for Donald Trump nationwide, and they're looking down for Kamala Harris, which is why Kamala is starting to get desperate. You're seeing her engage with reporters who are traveling with her now. She's taking some questions. She hasn't done a full, quote unquote, big girl press conference yet, but that's coming. Right, like she's going to have to do that, and then it's announced this morning in CNN and the New York Times that she is seriously considering and very likely to visit the U.S. border with Mexico when she's in Arizona on Friday. She would not be going to the border if she thought she was winning the election right now. She's going to the border because she thinks she's losing, and her own team is admitting that they're losing the election in subtle ways. But the fact is that things are starting to get dire on the Democrat side, and things are looking up on the Republican side.
Yeah, I think the posse.
Yeah. So I've heard that the Senate race is tightening in Maine in a big way. There is a Senate race there. Debbie Kuzanis, I'm not going to pronounce this right, but Debbie Kuzanis.
Yeah, that's right, Debbie.
Senate candidate there. I know Debbie. I've had her on my show before. She was the former state party chair. She's the Senate nominee. Is running very strong, and Angus King is starting to freak out, and the spending is beginning in big numbers there. And so both sides, both the Republican and the Democrat, are spending big. And that's an important point, by the way. The Senate races across the board in all of these places tightening. You're seeing that in Pennsylvania. You're seeing that in Wisconsin. You're seeing that. In Michigan, in those three places, Arizona a little bit less, but like it's happening. In Nevada seems to be kind of lagging a little bit in the Senate race. But the fact is that in each of these places, though, if the Senate candidate runs strong, and then that helps Trump, and Trump helps the Senate candidate, right? Like it's an alliance between Trump and the down ticket candidates in both the House and Senate races, but particularly Senate, just because those are statewide races. But the fact is that the expansion of the map is extremely important, and I think that Maine statewide is in play, right? Like, so it's a serious possibility that could happen. And Maine is one of those states that splits its electoral votes by congressional district, right? So the winner of the second district gets a vote, an electoral vote. Trump has won that the last two times he's run. He won it in 2016 and 2020. And that's one vote. The winner of the first district, Kamala Harris will win the first district in Maine, right? Like, so to be clear, like she will win the first district in Maine. I don't want to get people's hopes up that much. But the fact is that, so she'll get an electoral vote there. But the winner of the statewide race, which back in 2016 against Hillary Clinton was only 3 points, right? Like, so Maine statewide was only 3 points and Hillary was way under 50, right? Like, so it's not outside the realm of possibility. In fact, Maine statewide was actually a better state for Trump, or close to a better state for Trump than Minnesota was, right? Like, and so I was right there with the cusp of breaking Trump's way. So that would be 2 more electoral votes. And if Trump wins statewide in Maine, plus Maine's second congressional district, and then holds the Sun Belt, et cetera, and then also wins the Nebraska second district, which is the other state that splits its electoral votes, then Trump would get to 270 that way without even a Rust Belt state, right? Like, so the fact is that Donald Trump has way more pathways to 270 than not. And there's another thing you mentioned there about the ballot chasing operations. This is something we didn't talk about at all in 2020. There was nothing on the right. There was no Republican infrastructure, period. Now, you see the establishment media out there just as much as I do. They are pushing stories like, oh, the Republican ground game operations are not here. They're not here. We don't see them. Nonsense. They are there. They're different in each state, and they're not necessarily all being run by the party. The party is helping in some respects, right? The RNC, et cetera, under Chairman Wiley and co-chair Lara Trump. But the Trump campaign is to an extent as well. But it does seem to be run by different entities in different states. For instance, in Arizona, it seems to be very heavily focused and run by Turning Point Action, Charlie Kirk's organization. And everything I'm hearing out of there is that things are extremely strong. I'm working on a huge story about that with the Turning Point Action guys. I think that they're aiming to, in the words of Tyler Boyer, what he said to me is they're aiming to money ball the Arizona race, and it's working. In Pennsylvania, it's yes, Charlie Kirk's crew is there, but you've also got Scott Pressler on the ground in his early vote action group, but then also Cliff Maloney and his group called Pennsylvania Chase, PA Chase. I had Cliff on my show last weekend breaking down the numbers, and he things are looking really strong there. And they have I think something like 200 full-time staffers on the ground, 10 different Airbnbs where they're housed. They've been there since September 1st. They're going to be there through the election, and they're chasing the ballots everywhere. And there's different entities in different places. I know the Turning Point Action guys are active in other places like Wisconsin and Georgia as well. So the fact is that there is a very strong, sophisticated operation across the right, unlike anything we ever had before. And we've never seen anything like this, right? Like there wasn't anything like this in 2020. There wasn't anything like this in 2016. So the fact is that, now look, are there places they could improve? Absolutely. There always are. And then we're going to have that in the autopsies after the fact, win, lose, or draw. We need to figure out what worked and what didn't, and then improve upon it every election moving forward. But I'm very confident, based off the numbers that we are seeing in the early absentee ballot request numbers. But when you get different data from different states, like Pennsylvania gives you partisan breakdown, North Carolina gives you the most information, partisan breakdown and demographic data, whereas in Georgia you only get the demographic data. They don't do partisan registration in Georgia. But the fact is that across the board, what we're seeing is a very promising picture emerging. But nobody should rest on their laurels. They need to go finish this thing. This is winnable. They are beatable. They are on the run, and we can destroy them and finish them off now.
Look at this. Look at Trump. They're playing hardball. They're not prepared, and they will not give up control of the most powerful nation on earth unless we take it from them after we win an election. But the most important thing you have to have now, you have to have courage. Don't think some Trump victory is going to get us there. Some Trump victory is going to be the entry card into the real work. And the real work is taking this thing apart brick by brick. The national security state, the intelligence apparatus that's out of control, the biopharmaceutical industry that's out of control, this administrative state that is metastasizing every day. It's you, as we get you into these positions, that have to be fearless and have to be risk takers, or it's over.
That is really scary to Jews in America, because we're the ones who came to this country as a refuge because of freedom of conscience that our wise founders put in place. So when Trump, says Jesus Christ on a rally stage and people cheer, that's beautiful. He's expressing his freedom of conscience, but he should add, for God's sake, that he supports freedom of conscience for everyone in America, whatever their religion. We are not a Christian nation. We are a nation of freedom of religion. Freedom of religion is in the First Amendment. And people should be Christian. They should be Muslim. They should be Jewish. I personally think they should support God, but this is scary to American Jews if he doesn't make it clear.
I'm stunned by this. I'll be honest with you, because I've never heard Christians, I never heard any pastor in a pulpit ever go after Judaism. It just doesn't happen. You got the Old Testament, you got the New Testament, you got all sorts of testaments, but Christians have never posed a threat to Jewish people here in America. I'm stunned that Jewish Americans would somehow think Christians are more of a threat than Iranians and Hezbollah and Hamas. I can't even parse that, Naomi. Is that what the feeling is?
again in history, as you know, Dr. Navarro,
but
and this is
Naomi,
our refuge.
how
When we
many
hear someone
how
not
many
saying
times
clearly,
are Jewish Americans going to take the talking points of the left-wing media? When Trump said that, it was obvious. What he's saying is simply that how can Jewish Americans watch what's going on over in Israel with Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Iran, aided and abetted by communist Chinese, and vote for Kamala Harris? And all he was saying was that if Jews don't come out and vote for Trump, that would be enough to swing the election. That's all he was saying. And by the way, when he says in 2 years the state of Israel won't exist, he's pretty damn right about that if Kamala Harris and Joe Biden come in, because look what's happening. So I don't understand here how your mother or any Jewish American could buy that propaganda. Help me out again here, Naomi. I'm not getting
it's
this.
a direct quote. These are direct quotes. They're taken out of context. And this is why I started by saying the Trump campaign has to be a lot more careful about direct quotes of President Trump that can be taken out of context, because this is a 48-hour news cycle now telling Jews who are an important swing vote that he said these things rather than being focused on the economy, crime, border, how much eggs cost, and all the great things he did when he was last president. So I'm not your enemy, Dr. Navarro. I'm your friend, and I am trying to help here by saying that anyone who says the phrase, it's
Didn't
the
say
Jews'
you were the
fault.
enemy.
Hold on, let me finish, please. Without hearing the historical echoes of that, is not well enough informed, and their speechwriters or their advisors should say to them, hey, don't put it like that, because that has a long history that is going to alienate these voters that you really want to have support you.
Again, this is amazing stuff, Naomi. What we've learned is that Jews are afraid of Christians and they're worried about a theocracy, when in fact I've never seen that, at least in the modern era, as a threat, and that they're susceptible to the rhetoric of the left because of historical overtones. That's what you're telling me. And
no, I think you really, I respect
at this point, Trump's not going to tiptoe around this stuff. I'd say the same thing. Look, if Jewish Americans continue to vote Democratic, then they're going to get a Democratic president. It's the same thing with other voting blocs. I mean, the Jewish Americans, Naomi, this is why we're having this conversation today. They could literally determine this election. Because there should be a big swing based on what's happening.
Dr. Navarro.
That's a fact.
I don't speak for all Jewish Americans. I speak for what I observe and know as a Jewish American. But Jewish Americans with conservatives often have the experience I'm having right now, which is I'm trying to tell you what we're scared of, what many, many of us are scared of. I have a wonderful friend, Emerald Robinson. I love her. We're starting a show together. She's a very devout Christian. She posts, I want a Christian America. I love her, but I will challenge her to say that is a really scary post to religious minorities in this country, because look at history. Come on, you're a highly educated person. In country after country, in the name of their God, whether it's Muslim gods or the Christian God, Jews have been rounded up, had their assets stolen, sometimes were fed into ovens, sometimes the Inquisition cleared them out, over and over and over again. So yes, it is scary when it's a mistake to see a candidate say Jesus Christ on a podium, get a huge roar of support from the crowd, and not add, and I will defend the freedom of conscience of every single American. This is a country of freedom of religion. That's what we're waiting to hear. If you want to ignore me, it's again in history, as you know, Dr. Navarro, and this is
Naomi,
our refuge. When we hear someone
is going to be the Bannon Get Out the Vote show from now until Election Day. Posse The only mission we have now is to make sure you get to the polls and you get friends, colleagues, and anybody you can to the polls. Voting has started, as J.D. Vance has said. We no longer have election day. We have election season. And this is going to be a turnout election, pure and simple. So there's a lot of ways you can do that. We'll talk a little bit about some websites to go to. But your mission, Posse, is to start thinking about who's in your social network, as Zuck Bucks likes to say, and figure out how you can be an ambassador. We got to run like a multi-level marketing campaign here where you get 10 friends to vote and they get 10 friends, and pretty soon you win an election. So this is Bannon's Get Out the Vote show. We're going to let War.
Before I start this video, I'm going to say this is a personal experience of mine, something me and my daughter is dealing with, and I have proof, just in case my video is deleted for no reason. I just want to put that out there. Today, my 17-year-old daughter was pulled out of class and was told she needed to register to vote. Not only was she told how to register, she was told who she should vote for. And these are her words. And I'm going to upload proof at the end of this video. And I'm coming with part 2 tomorrow. Because why the fuck would y'all pull my daughter out of class telling her who to vote for? I am her mother. And I have yet to have this conversation with her about the upcoming election. I have not signed any consent forms telling y'all that my daughter can register to vote at school. I'm going to just jump right into these screenshots. That's just it. Because y'all played with the wrong mom. Here's the first page. I'm going to leave this on for a couple seconds so y'all can read it. Talking about pissed. Tell them.
So I've been reading on this woman's story. I was hoping she'd read this stuff out loud. So just the basic gist of it was her daughter was yanked out of class, confronted by an individual that told her she needed to register to vote. When she's 17, she'll be 18 by October 5th. And that she needed to register to vote, that she needed to register as a Democrat, and that she needed to vote for Kamala. I'm going to continue to play the audio. I'll see if she does. Right now, she's just showing the screenshots of the text message between her and her daughter, but she actually did record the conversation she had with the individuals at school, including the school principal. She has also attempted to reach out to the Board of Education and the superintendents, and everybody has refused to contact her back.
My daughter who to vote for? You're right. Here's the second page. This is what we're doing. We're going to Pittsburgh public high schools, telling children who to vote for. Let's make this make sense. I have never seen no shit like this in my life. I have never seen it. This is just like disgusting at this point. Yesterday, you pulled my daughter out of class and you told her that it was mandatory for her to vote. No, I didn't say it was mandatory. So that's what she told me. These are her words, that she said it was mandatory that she votes. No, ma'am. But go ahead. Finish telling me. Okay. And that you projected your fears and insecurities on her, telling her if Donald Trump was elected, black people would be doomed. Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. So let me say this. I am a minority inspector. Okay. For 1016. And you know, as a minority inspector, you never, ever, ever discuss politics or your beliefs or anything like that. So can we calm my daughter down here? Because at this point, you're making it like she's a complete liar. My daughter had never told me someone said anything such to her like this. No, ma'am. So this is what happened. I did call her down to register to vote because we're registering all the 18-year-olds to vote. She's not 18. She's 17. Yeah, but she turns 18 before the election. Yeah, but I could have took my daughter to register her to vote. I did not ask for y'all to register my daughter to vote. I have not even spoke to her about the election yet. And I am not a Harris supporter. I am a Trump supporter. Yes, ma'am. So for you to tell her anything, and it's like now you're saying she's lying. So now I want her to come down here. Listen, I'm not saying your daughter's lying. What I'm saying is that I did call her into my office. I did register her to vote. We did have a conversation about it. She did ask me about Trump. She did ask me about Harris. So we started a conversation about, what's going on. I wasn't projecting anything on her. I was just talking about things that are going on in the world. Yeah, did you tell her about the border being unsecure? Did you tell her about all the illegal criminals that's in this country right now? So we did have a conversation about the border, and we did talk about the border policies and all of that. We did have a conversation about everything. So let me just say this. I apologize to you for offending you because that was not my intentions. I was not trying to project any of my political beliefs on your daughter or anything like that. That's why I don't know why the conversation was had. What consent forms did I sign saying I was okay with my daughter being registered to vote in school? She's still 17 years old. So what consent forms were signed for that? None. Because there really isn't any. We just register students to vote here. At every high school, they're registering students to vote. But she's still not 18. She has until the 21st of October, I believe, to register, and her birthday is on the 5th. Right. So we are permitted to register all students whose birthday that happens by the 5th, because that's the date of the election. So her birthday's October 5th, not November 5th. So she had until the end of October to register to vote. So that way I could have took her as her mother and I could have explained to her what to do, to look up both policies without me telling her anything. Right. This is just not right. She was asking me questions, and so I was answering her questions. Yeah, because she wanted to know why did she have to get pulled out of class to register to vote. No, she didn't. That wasn't a question she asked me. She was asking me questions. So now she said she didn't tell you, the stuff that you told me she told you. That black people will be doomed if Trump becomes president? I didn't say black people will be doomed if Trump becomes president. We did have a conversation about policies and different things like that. You were asking me questions, and I was telling you about some of the policies that he had and some policies Harris had. So we did have that type of conversation. I don't think I was really asking questions. I think I was really as much as like, right, yeah, right. So you was just like agreeing, like talking? No, I'm like, I'm not really, I don't really care about it, so I'm not really engaged in the conversation as much. I'm just like, okay, right. So you didn't ask me any questions at all? No. Okay. Well, this is what I'm going to say. I apologize for raising your daughter to vote. At this point, she is registered to vote. If you would like to change that. I am, because it should not have been done in the first place. If you would like to change, anything that's on that form that went in, you're welcome to do that. I know that. You can go online and do it. I know. I didn't feel like I was projecting anything on her. You are by telling her anything that you saying you didn't say black people be done. She's saying you said it. I'm going to believe my daughter because she would not lie to me about something like this. Why would she lie? Why would she? I asked like if I could do it later. Like no, it was kind of like no, you have to do it now. Kind of mandatory. And I'm like, I don't. Did you feel like I was pressuring you? Yeah, she said she didn't want to do it at the moment. Yeah. Did you feel like I was pressuring? Yeah, I expected it at a time. Like no, it's kind of mandatory. But okay. I didn't really know if it was mandatory or not. Okay. Well, we're obviously we're going to agree to disagree on this conversation. I apologize if you feel like you were pressured. I apologize for raising your daughter to vote without your consent and without you having an opportunity to have a conversation with her or even checking anything online. Um, so that's all I can say right now is I apologize.
Yeah, I'm calling the news also.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. I'm taking my daughter out of the school. She do not feel comfortable. I'm just completely pissed off right now. I'm pissed.
Hi, folks. I'm Jonathan.
So apparently that is a thing now where, well, I mean, look at that. That's actually going on all across the country. You have schools, you have districts, mainly in California. Well, let's just say it in any blue state, they're removing more and more parents' rights to parent their children and trying to give that power to the schools and to the state to override the parents. Just like California, they recently passed a law that says that no teacher, no school official has to inform the parent about anything regarding their children if their children are expressing an interest in gender transitioning. And unfortunately that is occurring in multiple states. At what point in time are parents going to stop and take their power back? But it's a pretty dirty trick that the Democrats would do this to children in school. So there's a lot of reports coming out right now. I'm trying to really shuffle through. Like I said, it's been a busy morning. There's a lot of stuff coming up. So the main thing that I did want to talk to everybody about, this was coming out. So a few days we reported on here about the United States doing a no notice deployment of a unit of military personnel to the islands off of the coast of Alaska, the Alatuan Islands. So from what I am gathering, especially after this morning, let's get back to it here. So the U.S. moved additional forces to Alaska to confront Russia and China, which are increasingly active in the region. American troops are gradually increasing their presence near the peninsula. In particular, they have sent the destroyer Sterett and an army unit with a long-range missile system there to the Aleutian Islands. In addition, the fighter squadron based in Alaska has been placed on high alert. It appears that China conducted its first full test launch of an ICBM in 44 years. They have not tested anything in almost 5 decades. And as of yesterday, they completed a test of the DF-41. It is China's longest range missile, and it can reach up to speeds of Mach 25. And it is designed to carry up to 10 nuclear warheads. This first test from China actually ended up crashing down near the French Polynesia in the ocean out there. So it did travel a considerable distance, and after they measured this distance from takeoff to splashdown, this was able to reach the United States mainland if they chose to fire one at us. And then earlier in July, the United States and Canada, they actually intercepted two Russian and two Chinese bomber planes that came within about 200 miles of the coast of Alaska. And then I believe it was yesterday. Let me get back to it. Got so many news stories up. There we go. Just make sure I can find it again. Oh yeah, apparently we're about to get hit with another solar storm. I think Colette was talking something about that. Oh, hey Chris, how you doing? I do have a very interesting video I'm going to show you guys later. I got to get it downloaded though. It's gonna blow your minds, but all it does is just lend more credit to biblical prophecy. So just trying to find the report. So next to the ICBM that was launched, the bombers that were flying over. So I know that China has been holding drills in the Pacific, and typically the United States does not respond to military drills really being held. But for some reason, the United States felt compelled to ship a naval destroyer, an entire army unit to that region. The question is why? And this is what this is where the discussion comes into place. Why do you think that we would no notice deploy an army unit with detection systems and a naval destroyer to this region? Now, I know that Russia has been attempting to update their nuclear doctrine with additional provisions, as well as a state media ran news source within Russia has stated that they are going to attempt to seize Alaska. They stated that Alaska belongs to Russia, that it needs to come back under Russian control. And unfortunately, from what it seems as far as placement and or posturing and positioning of military assets, that a similar pattern is developing between Russia toward Alaska as it did toward Ukraine when it was saying that it was just going to be conducting military drills along the Ukrainian border, and then 2 weeks later they decided to attack Ukraine. So I'm just curious what everybody else's thoughts are on that one. What is going on? So I'm going to continue to play some more interviews. I'm going to continue looking into the Russia and China ordeal off the Pacific. It just seemed very interesting because at one moment, well, not one moment, but for a duration of time, we actually had no naval vessels within the Pacific. Everything was either tied up in the Middle East or on the Atlantic or in the Indian Ocean. We now have one of our strike carrier groups heading back to that direction. But is Russia and China looking at it as, a weak and vulnerable point? I know Russia does have aspirations beyond Ukraine. I don't know. Just so much is just, it's not making sense to me. So I will do a little bit more digging and I will get more out there. Apparently my room says there's only 3 people in here, so I'm not going to kill my throat and voice trying to drone on and on about a particular topic. So I'll play some more interviews, and if anybody has thoughts or theories, please by all means share them.
Potemkin village aspect of the Kamala Harris campaign, and the reference here is simply going back 18th century. Gregory Potemkin, a field marshal, took Catherine the Great out to her newly conquered territories in Crimea and southern Ukraine. How ironic is that? And these were just like dirt poor peasant, just muddy pigs running all over the place. And what Potemkin did was put up facades so that when she was riding along the river in her, I don't know, Rolls Royce of barges, it looked like everything was kind of cool. Potemkin Village. So if you look at what Kamala Harris is doing, it's the same kind of illusion. Biden ran the basement campaign. She's running the hermetically sealed campaign, walled off from the press. And it's all a bunch of Goebbels. If you say it enough, you believe it, lies. They call us Nazis, and they take it right out of the Nazi playbooks.
Think about that. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. He who has vowed to be a dictator on day one. He who has called for, quote, the termination of the Constitution of the United States of America. And let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again.
Never again. Hey, think about that. Never again. No, she's invoking Jewish rhetoric. Talking like a friggin' Nazi. Just give me a Heil Hitler there, Kamala. How can you say that kind of crap after a bullet almost takes the head off of Donald Trump and another guy tries to take him out with an AK-47, and you're talking that kind of smack? Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution? Really? He wants to be a dictator? Last time I looked, you were the people putting people in prison for defending the Constitution. Hey, Exhibit A. Exhibit B is not behind the microphone. He's in Danbury prison because of you. Stop that crap. And by the way, those people behind you who are clapping that kind of crap, how stupid are you? How friggin' stupid are you to eat that spoon-fed crap? It's stupid. Dictator wants to do away with the Constitution? Give me a friggin' break.
46 days until the election. And what we know, this is going to be a tight race until the very end. So let's not pay too much attention to the polls, because let's be clear, we are the underdog in this race, and we have some hard work ahead of us. But here's the thing, we like hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work.
Enough, Denver. We don't like hard work. If we liked hard work, they would get our ass to the border, Kamala. When Joe Biden told you to get your ass to the border and take care of the millions, now the tens of millions of people who came across the border. And what's this underdog stuff? What is this? You came out of the convention, you're riding high in the polls, and you're just acting, you're like, oh, I'm like underdog? What is it? Who are you trying to smack over here? Huh? You're trying to run like you're the candidate of change when you're not, and you're trying to run as the underdog. But you're the dog, but not the
access to that information. So when we take your fingerprints and run them, we're running them against our databases. So vetting process is terrible, and that's why we keep seeing these criminals coming to our attention that were released by this administration. I want to add one more thing. You talk about the child sex crimes. Under Kamala Harris, we'd have over 500,000 children have been smuggled into the United States, separated from their families, smuggled by criminal cartels, and released in the United States. That's her failure as the borders are. And let me add this. They've released these people to so-called sponsors. They don't vet properly. Now they can't find 148,000 children or their sponsors, and I guarantee you, based on my 3.5 decades of investigative experience, these children are in forced labor or they're in forced sex trade, and they're living a life of hell. This administration, what they've done on the border is disgusting.
You know, Tom, when we look at it, we can just throw this full screen up because it's just egregious. One of the illegals that is responsible for this, 11 counts of sex crimes. You got a rape of a child, indecent assault, raping minors, a battery of a 14-year-old, battery of another 14-year-old. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. And every single time, Tom, because you're right, we don't have the infrastructure. We don't talk to every single country, especially the ones that they're fleeing. They're fleeing for a reason. And then we just give them a notice to appear, as if they're just going to come back to us.
Then even when they lose their case, Lawrence, you and I both know Secretary Mayorkas has told ICE, you can't remove somebody, arrest somebody for simply being here illegally. They got to be convicted of a serious offense. So the door's wide open. And look, it's not only the criminals coming across. Again, we brought 500,000 children in this country. And that's why President Trump pushed back on that Senate bill, because that Senate bill says 4,000 to 5,000 illegal aliens a day are okay. But you know what? No, they did a carve-out in that bill, and people don't understand. In that bill, they did a carve-out. Unlimited children. Children weren't even counted to the 4,000 or 5,000 limit a day, which would entice more child trafficking to the United States. So President Trump did the right thing by pushing back on that bill. It would have enticed more sex trafficking of children.
Well, the whole bill was just smoke and mirrors, and the Republicans that signed on to it only gave the Democrats the ammo that they needed because it was a terrible bill. Tom, you know that because you've been doing it for over 30 years. Thank you so much for joining the program.
And so I would also emphasize that while the presidential election is extremely important and dispositive of where we go moving forward, it also is about what we need to do to hold on to the Senate and win seats in the House. That being said, I've been very clear. I think we should eliminate the filibuster for Roe, and we need and get us to the point where 51 votes would be what we need to actually put back in law the protections for reproductive freedom and for the ability of every person and every woman to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do. Let me say before, he is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting him back in the White House are extremely serious. Extremely serious. Just Google Project 2025.
All right, hang on. Let's stop it right there, Denver. Let's stop it right there. Goebbels, Nazi propagandist. If you say it enough, you believe it. How many friggin' times does Donald Trump have to say he had nothing to do with Project 2025? He disavowed it. That's got nothing to do with him. And they keep pulling that crap. What is that all about? They know it's a lie and they feed it to you. Do you want a president who knows she is telling lies over and over and over and over again, and she keeps telling them to you? So you'll put her in office to keep doing the damage she's been doing. Got the steel and aluminum tariffs for the president's signature at his demand. Cohn was out the door, praise the Lord. So they're still in place. memo to Harris Biden. So you can't really attack Trump for tariffs because those are still in place. Then I was working with Bob Lighthizer in particular on the China tariffs, and Kevin Hassett had a big role in that as the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. It was absolutely necessary to protect ourselves from the communist Chinese predation. Those are still in, and by the way, during the Trump administration, they didn't cause a whiff of inflation. Okay, think about that. Not a bit. No inflation from the steel and aluminum tariffs, no inflation from the China tariffs. You can't blame inflation on tariffs or Trump. And then the other line of attack, there was in the Commerce Department, there's a whole sub-department that does what's called countervailing and anti-dumping duties. And it's probably the most understated but important tool in our trade box, because we could go out and do things like put tariffs on Korean washers and dryers when they were just dumping them in and putting people out of work in places like Ohio, solar panels and all the like. And again, no inflation. So memo to the Financial Times, memo to the Wall Street Journal, which loves to beat up on me, Trump, and tariffs. You consistently get this wrong. When you are in a world of trade where trade is not free but mercantilist and predatory, the only thing countries can do to protect themselves is put on tariffs. And when you do that, you allow American workers and American businesses, particularly small businesses, to defend themselves, prosper, and make our supply chains more secure in the process. And that is the path to prosperity. And the irony here is that whenever Democrats attack Trump tariffs, somehow they have amnesia that, hey, those tariffs that he put in were one of the few things that Biden and Harris didn't take off. So don't be talking that kind of smack. And then when you get globalist publications like the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times, attacking Donald Trump for defending American workers, guess what? That gets you a little more votes on Wall Street, but it gets Trump a lot more votes out in the flyover states.
As you know, reparations is the new hobby horse for the left. They want to redistribute wealth and undermine America through reparation systems and reparation programs, divide our country. Much of what they promote in terms of reparations is just race discrimination or distribution of race, redistribution of wealth using race as a pretext, all of which is unconstitutional and illegal, in my view, under federal law.
You've got a city that's in absolute turmoil. Everybody's against everybody.
Chad Duncan is the police chief of Tremont City, Ohio, which is just outside of Springfield. He described a general atmosphere of lawlessness in Springfield, which he says is spreading to the surrounding area.
People that shouldn't be driving are out there, and they're allowing them to drive.
Chief Duncan described one of his recent traffic stops involving a Haitian migrant.
He didn't even have a license, coming through town at 44 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. That's the second time in 2 weeks.
And you towed his car?
Oh yeah, towed it for the second time.
And Springfield wouldn't have?
No.
He suggested that one reason Springfield authorities might be going soft on reckless driving is to protect the Haitians' immigration status.
If you get 2 misdemeanors, you are subject to be deported.
Since Springfield became a media sensation,
in Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats.
Chief Duncan says his access to Springfield's police radio frequencies was cut off.
What exactly was going on with that?
Well, we were able to hear them on the radio. They have decided to go silent. We don't know what's going on in the city. That happened the day they brought the state troopers in to help them out.
Why would you think they would make things hard to communicate?
Nobody can hear what you say, and they don't know what you're doing, so they'll have to answer to it. There was a threat at the school today. I couldn't hear it. I just caught wind of it from another guy, from another chief that's
something
right next to the city.
Right.
If they would have taken the time, instead of worrying about the elites lining their pockets, and just took the time, this could have went so much smoother and been so much more beneficial to everybody involved. But instead,
and so because that didn't happen, how do you think this ends?
I really don't know what.
What is the point of this subcommittee? Because it's necessary for the public and the media to hear, to try and provide cover for the eradication of the Department of Justice and the FBI. We are having these hearings so that you become immune. You become inured to the notion of the removal of the FBI and DOJ, so that those agencies are no longer there to serve as a check against white nationalism, great replacement theorists, Christian nationalists, white fragility, fascists, and the twice impeached convicted felon, former president and would-be dictator, Donald Trump.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. But here's the good news. 4 Patriots is offering a special buy one, get 2 free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. Hurry. Go to 4patriots.com now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back to Special Report. President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations final time, urging an expansion of alliances and democracy to study a world being shaken by war.
And during his remarks, Joe defended his and Kamala Harris's failed decisions in Afghanistan. Even as deadly conflicts in the Middle East and Europe seem to be escalating during these final weeks of his presidency. Roger.
Hey, I'm doing great, thanks.
Well, let's talk about the
lecturing the world leaders about his plan for peace in the Ukraine and the Middle East. Israeli forces were conducting deadly airstrikes in the Lebanese capital, fending off new terrorist threats of more than 270 rockets Israeli border, as if forgetting that the attacks of Hamas on October 7th happened on his watch, and that he and Kamala Harris have too often tied the hands of the Israelis. Biden retold the events of October 7th to Israelis and diplomats.
Thousands on Hamas invaded sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 6 American homes in the music system. So despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands killed, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms.
The ugly truth is, guys, and you know this, the U.S. was caught flat-footed when Hamas, aided by Iran, invaded Israel and massacred 1,200 people. That's something that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu zeroed in on when he addressed Congress back in July.
When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Amazing speech.
And we'll hear again from Netanyahu at the UN on Friday, and he'll have an opportunity to call out the UN for not enforcing the UN resolutions 1559 to dismantle Hezbollah that they have had an opportunity to do for 20 years, or enforcing UN resolution 1701 that would push Hezbollah forces up above the Litani River. So now Israel is having to go to war to defend themselves and protect their civilians because the UN and the US has failed to enforce laws that have been there for over 20 years.
Absolutely. And now it looks like apparently that they're now moving to a ground opposition now on the ground, moving military troops from air and rockets to moving military forces on the ground. 2 battalions now moving forces, it looks like, this week. So, and of course, Joe Biden, rather than building on the Abraham Accords that Biden inherited, he banned offensive weapons to fight the Houthis. He also courted the mullahs to renew that 2015 nuclear accord that had Iran rich and before Donald Trump withdrew. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to enforce those oil sanctions, even as Iran's military proxies caused deadly mischief around the globe and planted disinformation on American college campuses. Very bad.
Yeah, it is. And what I find so interesting is we talk about foreign policy and we talk about America being a strong nation. I truly don't understand how Kamala Harris could be the face of our nation and stand before some of these world leaders. I'm thinking of Putin off the top of my head. I'm thinking of Kim Jong-un. It just doesn't make sense. And now, of course, as she's campaigning, she's fractioning her base because you have the pro-Palestinian protesters and obviously you have the pro-Israel's protesters. So it's interesting, Bo, because it seems like she can't nail down a base. It seems like she's divided on foreign policy and ultimately she just looks weak. So I'm very curious what she would do moving forward if she were to become the president, hypothetically.
Well, I don't know how you disavow everything that's come before you. Even Joe Biden on The View today, yes, he was on The View today, talked about sending her around the world to do his bidding. He talked about that she has been such a good soldier for him, that she and he felt very comfortable letting him tell the world what his policies and messages were. If she's just 2.0 of him, why would we want more of the same that has been such a disaster around the world?
Yeah, Roger, how can you say a new way forward over and over again if she essentially is the de facto president right now? What's so different?
Well, I don't think you can. And as the one-year anniversary of the October 7th attacks approaches, Donald Trump spoke to the Israeli-American Council just this week. And
under my leadership, America will once again stand shoulder to shoulder with our friend and ally, the state of Israel. Right now, all they do is fight the state of Israel. Don't do this, don't do that. I will support the same people that gave us Afghanistan are telling you what to do, by the way, which every one of those generals should have been fired. You know, I knocked out ISIS in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. I did it in 4 weeks. I had great generals. We have the greatest army in the world, but not the people that are on television. These are people that don't know what the hell they're doing. They should have all been fired. I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror, and it has to win it fast. Will you please win it fast? Win it!
And Bo, to your point, a president's foreign policy legacy typically outlasts his term, so it's worth taking a step back and considering the world Joe Biden will leave his successor, whoever that might be. As the Wall Street Journal opinion section said so well this week, thanks to Joe Biden's potential threats of war around the globe, it adds up to the worst decline in world order and the largest decline in U.S. influence since the 1930s.
Wow.
Well, the Afghanistan withdrawal was a pure embarrassment for our country. And let's not forget that Kamala Harris has bragged she was the last person in the room. She has American blood on her hands. Roger Hudson, thank you so much for being with us today.
Always enjoy seeing you all. You take care.
Enjoy seeing you.
Likewise.
All right, well, coming up, a Pittsburgh school was caught pulling kids out of class and registering them to vote. But just wait until you hear the conversations the administrators had with the students about this. I'll give you a hint. They're not Team Trump. Whew, you're going to want to stick around. We'll be back in just a moment with that story.
Look, she's got a major problem. It's Joe Biden and the fact that she's his vice president. In our CNN survey yesterday, 51% of registered voters said that Trump had a successful presidency. Only 37% said the same about Biden and Harris. A lot of that has to do with the economy, and it mostly has to do with inflation. And so she's yet to look into a television camera and say, here are 2 or 3 things that Joe Biden did that I disagreed with, and I would do it differently, and I've learned from that. She's effectively running on a continuation of the same. People don't like the same, and they remember Trump better. I don't know how you expect to win under those circumstances.
On Trump's watch, offshoring went up and manufacturing jobs went down across our country and across our economy. All told, almost 200,000 manufacturing jobs were lost during his presidency, starting before the pandemic hit, making Trump one of the biggest losers ever.
During that time, the FBI held my family and me in indefinite limbo, awaiting a final decision. Determined to not lose our home, my wife and I took early withdrawals from our retirement accounts to survive. It became clear that the FBI, with endless resources, the American people's money, was trying to destroy me financially so that I would give up. This is a fear of countless potential whistleblowers who see the personal cost of integrity. There are no words strong enough to describe the impact the FBI's lies about me have had on me and my family. The stress has taken a toll on our health, and our children have suffered, traumatized by the thought of our door getting kicked in or dad not coming home. The battle for truth and justice will cost you, but the arduous good is worth it. The FBI's restoration of my clearance earlier this year, thanks to the efforts of Empower Oversight and the American Center for Law and Justice, was absolute vindication. It's a point I would not have reached without the prior help of Bigley-Ranish and Judicial Watch. However, the experience is also a stark reminder of the system's flaws. It took legal battles, public scrutiny, and patience over 3 long years. No other FBI whistleblower has ever had his clearance restored as I did. Garrett O'Boyle and his family are still suffering in the same limbo we were, with no access to due process and no limit on the FBI's ability to delay and avoid independent accountability. How many other whistleblowers remain silent, fearing the same ordeal my family and Garrett's family faced with little hope of vindication at the end? Despite the stress and uncertainty, I've never once regretted standing up for truth. In fact, I'm grateful for the experience. Indeed, my family and I persevered due to our strength and faith, God's grace, and the sacraments. If you do not worship God, then you will worship something else. You can either serve God or you can serve mammon, but you can't serve both. This has been a purification. While we lost material items, we gained more important things. We've stored up for ourselves treasures in heaven. What we have gained spiritually has far outweighed what was lost materially. John Adams noted that the framework of our country was built for a moral and religious people, and unfit for the governance of any other. James Madison notes the duty to honor God is precedent, both in order of time and degree of obligation to the claims of civil society. Before any man can be considered as a member of civil society, he must be considered as a subject of the governor of the universe. I recently learned about comments made by Mr. Jeffrey Veltri suggesting I was delusional for believing in and seeking guidance from the Holy Spirit. Mr. Veltri currently serves as special agent in charge of the Miami field office, but at the time he was an executive at Security Division overseeing security clearance decisions. To Mr. Veltri, I say you can insult me, but you should not mock God. It is an insult to the infinite dignity of God, who is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and it is bad for the health of your soul. This isn't about me, it's bigger. I am hopeful that the truth of what happened will be fully revealed and deter the FBI from doing the same injustice to others. Though the path may be difficult, I must plead with other employees who have witnessed wrongdoing that they find the courage to speak up. You're not alone, nor will you ever be. Psalm 139 says, "Where can I go from your spirit? Where can I flee from your presence?" I've been blessed to be supported by God's sanctifying grace, the blessed sacrament, men and women of goodwill, other whistleblowers, the charity of the American people, prayers and great attorneys along the way, like Tristan and Jason of Empower Oversight. Potential whistleblowers, please do not be silenced by the FBI's mistreatment. We are all here to support you if you choose to come forward. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Equally important is the awareness and involvement of the American people. This is your country. While I feel vindicated now in getting back my security clearance, it is sad that in the country for which I fought as a Marine, the FBI was allowed to lie about my loyalty to the United States for 3 years. Unless there is accountability, it will keep happening to others. Better oversight and changes to security clearance laws are key to stopping the abuses suffered by whistleblowers like me. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Peace and all good.
Volano Willis isn't sold. Isn't sure the vice president is up to the top job.
I've been a Democrat my entire adult life. This has actually been the first year where I was considering voting Republican.
Her mother isn't happy.
Never thought she'd see a black person president in her life. She did. Now, Kamala Harris is for president. My mother says she don't care what she does. Let's just get her in there. And I simply don't feel the same.
Our top story today from thegatewaypundit.com, an outraged Trump-supporting mom confronts and blasts a school for forcing a 17-year-old daughter to register to vote Democrat without her consent. We're covering this story and so much more here on the Gateway Pundit's Week in Review. Welcome back to the Gateway Pundit's Week in Review. My name is Elijah Schaefer, where we cover the top 5 stories of the last 24 hours in around 10 minutes. Our top story today comes from Jim Hoff from the Gateway Pundit, who reports, it turns out that a mother in Pittsburgh is furious after her 17-year-old daughter was pulled out of class and told to register to vote without her consent. To make matters worse, the school staff allegedly pushed a blatant political agenda, suggesting that if Donald Trump was elected, black people would be doomed. In a viral TikTok video, Kay Montana shared the distressing experience her daughter Nyla went through, claiming Pittsburgh public schools not only registered her to vote without her permission, but also subjected to political indoctrination. If you don't believe me on how bad it's actually getting these days, wait till you watch the video. Listen.
Before I start this video, I'm going to say this is a personal experience of mine, something me and my daughter is dealing with, and I have proof. Just in case my video is deleted for no reason. I just want to put that out there. Today, my 17-year-old daughter was pulled out of class and was told she needed to register to vote. Not only was she told how to register, she was told who she should vote for. And these are her words. And I'm going to upload proof at the end of this video. And I'm coming with part 2 tomorrow. Because why the fuck would y'all pull my daughter out of class telling her who to vote for? I am her mother, and I have yet to have this conversation with her about the upcoming election. I have not signed any consent forms telling y'all that my daughter can register to vote at school. I'ma just jump right into these screenshots. That's just it. Cause y'all played with the wrong mom. Here's the first page. I'm gonna leave this on for a couple seconds so y'all can read it. Talking about pissed. Telling my daughter who to vote for? You're right. And here's the second page. This is what we're doing. We're going to Pittsburgh public high schools, telling children who to vote for. Let's make this make sense. I have never seen no shit like this in my life. I have never seen it. This is just like disgusting at this point.
Yeah, it's more than disgusting. You hear how upset she is? She's explaining the inevitable, saying, look, these people are trying to get my daughter to vote for somebody by pressuring her to register when she's not even old enough to vote. I don't even know if this is legal. Speaking of the devil, I'd like to read a crazy story to you guys. A Biden Commerce Secretary calls on Democrat supporters to deal with Trump. Let's extinguish him for good. Don't believe me, though. Watch the clip for yourself. It's absolutely heartbreaking that we're here as a country. Watch.
He says is the opposite. It's just another lie. Like, how did we get here? Let's extinguish him for good. We have an answer. We have a remarkably talented candidate who is sincere, who's pragmatic, who's open. Let's just get it done.
Extinguishing someone for good reminds me of taking the life out of their eyes. The Democrats have gone full-fledged from not, denying that they didn't want him dead to now just saying, let's take him out. Let's kill him. Let's remove him from the flock. It's rather damning to hear this kind of information, but I know that you're not surprised. Now, speaking of an update on InfoWars, tragic, InfoWars is set to be liquidated and auctioned off to help pay Sandy Hook families. Listen to this story. A bankruptcy judge approved InfoWars to be liquidated and auctioned to help pay Sandy Hook families this November. In June, a bankruptcy trustee filed an emergency motion to shut down InfoWars and Alex Jones' parent company, Free Speech Systems, and liquidate its assets. Earlier this year, a federal judge ordered the liquidation of Alex Jones' personal assets. Judge Christopher Lopez approved Alex Jones' request to convert a Chapter 11 business reorganization bankruptcy to a Chapter 7 personal bankruptcy. Alex Jones said he will continue his show through social media accounts or a new website. Quote, media platform and its assets will be sold off piece by piece in auctions this fall to help pay for the more than $1 billion he owes relatives of victims of the Sandy Hook elementary school shootings, under an order expected to be approved by a federal judge. U.S. bankruptcy judge Christopher Lopez in Houston said during a court hearing Tuesday that he will approve the auctions that start this November. But he said he must first change a previous order to make it clear that the trustee overseeing Jones' personal bankruptcy case controls all the assets of InfoWars' parent company, Free Speech Systems, which is owned 100% by Jones. Despite the pending loss of its company, Jones vows to continue his talk shows through other means, possibly including a new website and his personal social media accounts. He also has suggested that InfoWars assets could be bought by his supporters, allowing him to continue hosting his shows as an employee under the InfoWars brand in the home city of Austin, Texas. The sell-off order under Lopez intends to approve would put InfoWars intellectual property up for auction on November 13th, including its trademarks, copyrighted material, social media accounts, and websites. Jones' personal social media sites, including his account on social media platform X, which has 2.8 million followers, would not be included. Now, we need to track where the money's coming from that's paying for this type of goods. The dark money. If it's not his friends that come together, I saw that Roger Stone is working to try to buy some of the intellectual property. Let's see what we can do in buying some of this stuff off and protecting the brand. Now, in other news, why would you cover that? Nancy Pelosi snaps when CNN's Jake Tapper airs footage of a harsh Trump criticism of Kamala Harris. This contention of wanting them not to ever talk good about Trump and always talk bad about him seems rather strange. Watch this interaction on CNN. Are they doing this because they care about the country, or probably the latter, which is that they just want ratings? Listen.
You hear from progressive voters, Democratic voters who say, as I hear from them on social media, the media made such a big deal out of Joe Biden's alleged cognitive problems. Why don't they talk about Donald Trump's cognitive problems? Well, Donald Trump talked about that just a second ago, and I want to get your reaction. Let's run that clip.
They laugh at us all over the world. They're laughing at us. And you know what they're really laughing at? Kamala, because they can't believe that she's going to be president. They can't believe. You talk about cognitive problems? She's got bigger cognitive problems than he has, in my opinion.
Donald Trump saying that Kamala Harris has bigger cognitive problems than Joe Biden.
Why would you even cover that? This is a person who's not on the level.
He is their nominee for president. He is incompetent. Let's not even talk about the silliness of it all and the weirdness of it all and the assault on women that it is. We're not going to talk issues. Incompetent. The only thing he did as president, when he had the majority, was to pass a bill that gave 83, tax cut that gave 83 of the benefits to the top 1%, adding $2 trillion to the national debt. The worst job creation record of anybody, president since Herbert Hoover.
Because of COVID, yes.
Well, it's not because of COVID. We put $3 trillion into the economy when he was president, working with and the Congress working together. We put $3 trillion into the economy. So don't blame it on. And what did he do with COVID? Denial and delay, responsible for thousands and thousands of people dying. So if you're going to forgive his job record because of COVID, make sure you attribute many of those deaths to him as well.
Not forgiving anything, just noting the content.
Incompetent. Forget silly and crazy and crooked and all the rest. Incompetent.
Yeah, saying, why would you do that? Why would you put that out there? Why would you make Donald Trump look good? Well, maybe because people care to hear the truth, not just lies. Speaking of CNN's Scott Jennings rips Kamala Harris over a phony planned visit to the southern border. It's not going to work. The videos are quite long today, so I've just been playing them directly for you. You can read the rest of the stories at thegatewaypundit.com. Watch.
About this bill all the time. We are where we are. We showed the poll. She's down on this issue. Going to the border is not going to fix that. I don't know if you all have seen the video. There's this amazing video of her from a couple of years ago out chanting, down with mass deportation. Doug was right behind her chanting along. I mean, her views on this are so obvious. Going to rallies and chanting, running on it in 2019, 2020. I mean, we know where she is on immigration vis-a-vis Donald Trump. Going to the border is not going to change that. The American people are going to see him as tough on it, tougher than she will ever want to be on it. They don't trust Democrats on this issue because of the last 3.5 years, the day one executive orders, and then waiting until the shadow of an election to try to pay some lip service to it. It's not going to work. We argue about this bill all the time. We are where we are. We showed the poll. She's down on this issue.
Yeah, she's down on the issue. That's the key part. Now, if you like videos like this, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. And if you want to follow the stories or
Birds fly above our heads, you and me behind a tree, making love tenderly. Leaves are falling all around us. Breathe you in my dreams. Grass makes it sweeter. I love to lay down with you. I see love in your eyes. On the floor there are some flowers. They color my dreams. In my dreams. Kind of warm with the air. I can feel it almost touching. Confusion in my head.
snow, we're driving. The heat is on your legs. The gifts we're wrapping all the way there. We know there'll be laughter to silence our fears in the snow. We're driving all the It's getting nearer, but I told you so. said, I don't care. Now it's time to be my version of your sweet words. Oh, bullshit in fact. This is free, so listen up. When nobody dared to tell you your jealousy and empty gut. When will you tell the truth? Can you hear much? 'Cause I know places you belong. Can you hear much? You should go out and try with another style. You think you're cool, but you just sing to something places you belong. Can you hear much? You should believe that I was wrong. fool. Ain't ready for this. Girl, you break the rules. Well, I've spent the night out till the light of day. Haven't closed my eyes, but haven't seen you. I don't know where you're hiding. I'm shaking like a fool. Ain't ready for this. Girl, you break the rules. Well, I've spent the night out till the light of day. Haven't closed my eyes, but haven't seen you there. You're good for me, and I only wanna know that you're gone and go away. I only do things that are bad for me, and I only listen up when it's time to go home. 'Cause I reach out to the one I love. Love, love. Echo. 3. Lima. Bravo. Echo. Stand by. Message forward. 3. Echo. 3. Lima. Bravo. Echo. 7. X-ray. Echo. Echo. November. Sierra. Quebec. 3. Charlie. 2. 7. Juliet. 2. Juliet. X-ray. Tango. India. Papa. Juliet. Yankee. I say again. 3. Echo. 3. Lima. Bravo. Echo. 6. 7. X-ray. Echo. Whiskey. Papa. Echo. November. Sierra. Quebec. 3. Charlie. 2. 7. Juliet. 2. Juliet. X-ray. Tango. India. Papa. Juliet. Yankee. This is report out. All stations. This is flip horn. Right. 3. Echo. Go. 2. Quebec. 7. Stand by. 3. Echo. Go. 2. Quebec. 7. Stand by. 3. Echo. Go. 2. Quebec. 7. Stand by. Message forward. 3. Echo. Go. 2. Quebec. 7. 4. Romeo. Uniform. Foxtrot. Delta. Victor. 6. India. Papa. Tango. Hotel. Echo. X-ray. Yankee. 7. Juliet. Hotel. Nicole. Sierra. Hotel. Papa. Echo. Kilo. I say again. 3. Echo. Nicole. 2. Quebec. 7. 4. Romeo. Uniform.
Am I losing my mind? Am I chasing the wrong things and wasting my time? Am I a victim of crime? Is it yours or mine? to sing Johnny Cash. Well, my voice is real low, 'cause as the day goes on, I lose it. Just like all the little things I was going to work on. 'Cause I'm a little bitch when you pour me whiskey. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a fit when you put me in the sunlight. Yeah, I'm a little baby by sleeping in my own bed. But now I'm getting old and I'm trying to work it all out. and right. Whoa, you've got a secret on your mind. Don't release it. Smiling, learning, pretending. Fingers crossed for the last time. Smiling, learning, pretending. Fingers crossed for the last time. can be perfect in an imperfect sort of way. You leave it all out and then you put it all away. And you say you'll stay, but you can't stay long this time. And you say you'll stay, but you stay too long this time. This time. Now that you heard this, loud and clear ringing in your ears, give it a purpose. Happy to dry up all those tears, and you'll stay this way, but you can't retrace those lines. And we'll play this way, but be careful what you find. You find. It's in my head. You can be perfect. You can be way out. It's in my head. It's in my head. And it's all worthless. There is no doubt. It's in my head. In my head. It's in my head. In my head. And it's all worthless. There is no doubt. It's in my head. In my head. It's in my head. In my head. You can be perfect. You can be perfect. Now that we're perfect, perfect as anyone can be. You know we deserve this beautiful plan calamity. And you say you'll stay, but you can't. you've reached the edge. There's nowhere else to run. So you take your boat and wait for a wave to carry you away. You hope you'll make it home. 'Cause you have nothing more to hold to, nothing but a dream of one day going home. But your ship is taking on and slowly sinking till all you've known is gone. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. 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 Whoa, oh, to stand tall. I break these chains and spread my wings and fly away from all these things. Burn all the bridges, set them on fire. I'm breaking the chains that kept me confined. I'm done with the drama and all the fucking lies. I'm taking control now. This is my last goodbye.
is overhead with the test count. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is overhead out. over.
wish I was country. I wish I was open. And I wish I was sure. Like my heart once was. I wish I didn't care. And I wish I ain't give a damn. So I could be careless. Like a younger man. I wish I was better. Speaking my mind. Like I didn't have two twisted tongues. Tell you of the climb. Just get out while you can. Just don't waste your life. Become a better man. Goddamn, just let it out while you can. Push it out of the way. You're done with today. Already on my way. Wish I didn't worry about is wasteful. And my mind won't budge. And it's all bent up. Wish I could see clearly. Things are in front of me. Instead, I'm squinting through the tree. I wish I'd followed through. Finished my thoughts. Instead, I'm left stunned. And I can't move past all this doubt. Just get out while you can. Just don't waste your life. Become a better man. Goddamn, just let it out while you can. Push it out of the way. So done with today with your best. Goddamn. You get excited for these nights to finally commence. Can you feel it in my bones that I wanna dance with you, dance with you? Ooh. Well, I know how this story goes. It's been told before through these centuries, and I feel your love, though it may be all a dream. above. Could you I lost my breath on my way to the top, but I won't sit until I get there. No, I won't sit until I get there. Keep your eyes on the prize, it won't take
to stop, just passing by, flashing signs.